沙打，感谢。固定开台时间没有，就差不多都下午。 准备好了吗？开始 Tangle Tower 了。我昨天在研究一个语音输入学日文，还蛮好用的。空班蛙。原本就有300，追随就有300。Tangle Tower 变成天空 Tower。What the fuck？是呢，卡 Q 一。这个真的很好玩。在我的头。5分钟好像加10吧，然后如果你有持续看台的话，它有时候下面会跳一个宝箱。是不是有点太便宜了？感觉有点便宜耶。 兔兔币没有图吗？有啊，正在画。Tangle Tower， 修改它的功能还蛮少的啦，要等它更新吧。可我自己设定奖励，我要怎么知道有人兑换呢？它好像也不会显示啊。
It's musty in here.
What exactly?
Must, you asked.
Nice. Sure, why not build a science lab in the corner of the
The
line?
search for new. The archiving of it's downright poetic.
Books about
The
birds.
shelves are about.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about nature? Sure, why not build...
The search for it's downright poetic. It's musty in here.
What exactly?
Must, you asked.
Nice.
It's musty.
What exactly?
You asked.
Nice.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something
他
I
眼睛怎么在这里啊？
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions,
Does it glow red when you get angry?
太神了吧！
but that would be most amusing.
我突然想到一个，我来把他们的 English， 我看一下会不会自动翻译。
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
ありがとうございます。
拍拢些，哎呦，这里的说辞又跟 Papi 不一样哎。 Papi 说他会在那边哭是很罕见的一件事。
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
感觉他很不像凶手诶。
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, likes,
Isn't she...
I believe, but I have little capacity for
And
She has always been quiet.
So what happened to make her stop...
She suffered something.
动机有啊，那个天文台那一个不是很讨厌 F 家族，所以他有可能啊。这个还有一个人呢。
Name, Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist.
Profession
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly isolated.
do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you were friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name, deceased. Understand. Most they exhibited. There it is. Freya, she is
Did
very...
you spend...
I will say this. 1, increase...
know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative... Try asking Poppy
The
instead.
three of you were friends.
We are of a similar age. 1 scientist, 1 artist.
Sounds like quite a...
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Crypto.
讨厌电灯，
I thought he was just a gardener.
难怪他的房
That
间
may
都没
well
电
be
灯。
his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
"怎么大家都怀疑园丁啊？
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Percival Pointer.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristic. Name, Percival. Oh, yes. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
他怎么知道是被水泡的啊、
Curious.
看得出来吗？
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
这样感觉真的很像园丁跟 Poppy 吃共
Fifi,
饭。
did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Is she laughing?
What？ 怎么突然坏掉？
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
大家都说这个是 Fifi 的，但是 Fifi 不是他的耶，然后侦探也说这个是他的，到底？不过其他人也是猜的。
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
所以他看到的是这个，不是刀吗？
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! Next! It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
哦，Poppy 说有人进去他的音乐室，那就是 Fifi 啦。
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest
不过这
piano
也不是什么
lessons
重
hold
点。
some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
这到底是什么鬼啊？好毛哦！
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not.
大
cause
色兔子国
thatches.
广播测试。
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds. I think.
My argument stands.
我觉得应该会有人解释他那个笑声是代表什么意思。
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
干嘛？现在是可以破案了是吗？
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
啊，我们知道了吗？
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
Arigatou
迷油兔，感谢。 这样吗？
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. The handheld microscope is made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
就是这个不对啊。
The handheld microscope was created by Fifi to use a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost. Maybe just...
ありがとうございます。
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so
炒
Hawkshaw
饭大
lied
哥
about
姐
it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Aksha, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Garasu no kokoro 是吗？还是刚订阅害我没听清楚啊，可以再听一
This
次吗？
little microscope?
You
said-
and this with
Yours?
yours.
Don't worry.
You're not as
Thanks.
So,
the green gardener.
Well,
He
Fitz,
what do
simply
you
I
reckon?
know for a fact she didn't use the microscope. It's broken.
You sure about
Not
that?
know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
它选项不一样了，是不是啊？
It's not a
all of a
microscope.
sudden.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to...
Aksha.
When you were a child,
Emperor,
I wanted
really?
I harbored
A fool's
a 15, but the yearning
Sorry.
a memento. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring
When
it
I
with-
discovered
I dared to
I
consider-
had an extremely
I
childish...
never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're-
Correct. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
为什么要写窃案呢、
So, who is your
Things have become my lead suspect is your murder victim.
It's a big stone die.
This one, first one too.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
阿里那些，感觉是山呢。
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
"拿铲子上天文塔可以干嘛？没什么头绪耶。什么用来埋他？他又没事。感觉不合理啊！这个东西怎么会是用来买呢？林北猫奴那些。不讲那些。
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
可以直接与 Penny 房间里的盆栽花比较的东西。比较是什么意思啊？他房间没有啊，房间有的是 Poppy 的。
Let's take a closer look at these.
What？
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in the garden, almost. Maybe just change one thing.
哦，温室啦，靠背啊。
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
我还以为这个是花园。
Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
东方大富翁我玩了一下，
It took me a long
感觉像
time
试
to
玩版
breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
他说什么啦？不是啊，刚刚那个人又害我忘记他讲什么了。
That's not. I don't go in Fifi.
How did you
I
know?
guess. But yeah, maybe she
What do you
was.
think, Grimoire?
Fifi,
So,
what about this?
is it yours?
It was a gift. I have no reason to take.
很像但不一样的番薯，有些不是我聊天室刚刚有人用那个，就没在听了。
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen.
We need
Let's take a close. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
no way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room, water the flower, just
啊，这样有什么意义吗？许愿。没有，我才不，我这次不鸟广播了。
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate.
这是什么啊？那么
Not the
吵
kind！of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You could smoke a pipe. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients. but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
A new suspect! Don't think you can get out of
小
being
熊维尼
questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge. Scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
这个看起来他也在调查这件事欸。他好像也知道他们两个是什么雇主关系的感觉。
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
That's gotta be Flora.
It's Poppy. That's actually...
Is Fifi...
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this? Who is that?
No idea.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
That's you, Sally.
What? I do not do that. Do I? Looks like Fitz.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
It's a drawing of Penny.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Boxes of stuff. Boxes of stuff. Boxes of stuff.
Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned. Plus, they're kind of dusty. Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Nah, I've not heard of that band. Are they any good? That's a whole lot of... It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is a microscope.
干嘛要拼出一个钥匙的形状？是不是？
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different magnification strengths. So they must each have a specific position along the rail.
看起来很对啊，出了什么问题了吗？现在又不对啊！
No, that was it.
Nice work. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box.
Da-da-da-da-da.
There's a book in here.
《秘密日记》。
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. Scientific formula, probably. I'll openly admit I have stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
一个侦探不翻垃圾桶。
That's a whole lot of books. It's a magnifying.
How come you don't
Why?
have?
Should I start?
You
Nice room.
It's a but yeah.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
What?
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
他该不会是自杀的吧？我看他这个房间布置好像压力很大的感觉。
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Hmm? 这个房间被布置过了吧？他怎么会？他怎么会画侦探的画像啊？这不合理吧？这合理吗？那不是别人请来的吗？侦探是请来找虫子的？侦探不是来调查这个死亡案件的吗？
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like one of them's holding a red rose. It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Baby shark.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days. Painting supplies.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either. A pillow.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty well.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Not the kind of
It's cool. Looks like old.
Do you think this was...
I don't know.
No windows either. Freya's plants. They must not need... There's no
I
natural...
like it.
Do you think this was...
I don't know.
No windows either. Just little...
Let's leave them alone.
Brushes.
They're clean, but they look...
Freya's plants. They must not need some... That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
将画笔调整为正确顺序，整理纸张来寻找线索。啊？颜色吗？看不是很懂呢。这个有颜色，这个有颜色，这个有颜色，这个有颜色。赤月城街。啦啦啦。 看不是很懂哎，看一下提示。
Nothing.
Did you find a hint on those scraps of paper? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
That was
Each
incorrect.
brush has various characteristics: height, bristle shape, paint color, handle color. The information
刷
we
毛
need is on
形
the
状。
paper. Once it's been rearranged, I mean.
哦，刷毛形状哦。
Still locked.
So, the paper jigsaw puzzle shows the position of various characteristics of the brushes. There's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
ありがとうございます。
每种特点都有2支画笔共享，但完美解决方案只有一种。这个应该是对的吧？诶，不对哦，这个好像是这个哦。所以绿绿。 绿绿，那这个就是2啊？吗？绿绿小屌，粉红。 橘短，那这个怎么第2个会在这里啊？这个根本没有一个符合的啊。
ありがとうございます。
正手斧逃兵这些，为什么是第1个？可它高度才到这里耶。
ありがとうございます。
园区进城路这个高度提示是什么意思啊？看不是很懂。哦， 不是很懂这个谜题。
There we go.
Perfect. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
他眼睛怎么恢复正常了？这房间看起来被人家动过了。他手上拿着这本书，
There's something about that pink cassette. Something.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
"他的书怎么会在菲菲那里啊？再数一下哦。
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
所以说那个池塘的谜到现在还是不能解吗？
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
YUP AD 跳过这些。怎么一开始的谜题是最难的啊？哎呦，往上解喽！
Looks like he's playing a semi-grand pedal harp.
夏威夷榴莲披萨这些。
You some kind of harp expert, Sally?
Did you not know? I had a harp when I was a kid. A little handheld one. Only 8 strings.
Liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
可是没有钥匙哎。What？
Let's come back later. I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
Poppy.是这个吗？哦，这个是他吗？长得太不像了。
Let's take a closer look at this.
我还以为这是别人呢，干。哎，我现在才发现这个就是，哎，这是不一样的东西吗？手势。
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
"扎克，谢谢。
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Poppy 好像很诡异哟。
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to. It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
港口干面。
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those 2 have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden. Let's take a closer look at these. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
Can't stand it! Knowing the 2 of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days, but being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
"感觉很明显，凶手是谁嘞？感觉就是2个人啊。
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light,
puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason.
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh.
Oh.
It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a...
Mood. The entire room is made
No,
of...
it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
a little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell. The entire room is made of wood.
No, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
使用藏宝图找出宝箱挂锁的密码组合。
那难道？
什么意思啊？我是要每个组合都试过，是不是？哦，看这个图片啊。所以这个算东边吗？这算南边是不是？I 四南。
Nothing.
What?
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting and the treasure map. Like they're different versions of the same thing, maybe?
真的也有海鸥哎！树上有海鸥。 看起来真的是 H6C 耶。
That's done it.
Neat.
因为只有这个符合有海鸥而已啊。
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
An old wooden.
Probably cursed. The entire room is
Oh,
made
it's not just made. It's the actual hull of a ship.
The entire
Holy
room.
Oh, it's
shit.
not just. It's the actual hull.
The entire room.
Oh, it's not just. It's the actual hull.
It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure. That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so.
A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
Shelf junk.
It's a
I've
barometer.
never seen a barometer that wasn't. The entire room.
Oh, it's not just. It's the actual hull. A map with a dotted line and an X marked on
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map. It's a drinking horn.
it. Is it full of ale? Or
Right now, it's just full of dough. You get a good view of the lake from here.
more maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh.
A lot of redundant light sources in here. A lot of redundant light sources.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
这是管家吗？
Perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course.
Huh?
Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
他不是说 Poppy 走了，他怎么还会在里面？下去又上来，这么快的？
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
原来他是
She just
霹雳头。
likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know. You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Golden
I would
Beetle.
have heard of it. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya is so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens, my father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower. Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter, always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach, distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about
Excellent.
that.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor
怪
shape.
怪的哦，
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
怎么大家都
That
怪怪
looks
的？
like it might belong to Poppy.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
为什么这个房间好像一直有一个杂音呢？你们有听到吗？还是只有我听到？
Goodness me! Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. But it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is, but it's not too bad.
他怎么知道这个在花园啊？
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret
巴
diary.
巴巴巴 book。
Ah, teenagers are funny, aren't they? That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed, yes. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that. You found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
为什么这个杂音越来越明显啊？
Flora in the painting. Something.
Let's ask her about it. That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
是这个灯的声音呢。
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this. Freya's yellow paint pot was used to paint the model of a girl, hand broken by Felix. Nope.
What?
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood and emptied out onto the floor. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. This red paint pot was used to fill up blood and emptied out onto the floor. Nope. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end, after what happened. Seemed a bit, insensitive.
More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh. So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
That kinda makes sense, but no.
What?那不然是什么？是羽毛吗？
That kinda makes sense.
"某个可以解释这个刀的东西？难道是画笔吗
That's not it.
？What？ 信？鸟类书籍？ 好像有可能哦。
Let's take a closer look at this.
The 这有什么关联啊？其实我真的看不出来。
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too? This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
嘟，感觉不合理啊。
The ink-dip bird was Penny's pet, so she kept a single feather as evidence of a crime. Now, the ink-dip bird was Penny's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by. Almost. Maybe just...
到底是哪一个错啊？ IAJIU。目击鸟跟他有什么关系？感觉没什么关系啊。这个翻译也很奇怪啊。墨姬鸟是他的宠物，所以他养了一根羽毛，好纪念他。
The ink
What
was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
Hey!
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
这个是结束了吧？怎么感觉还有东西没拿到啊？
It's a bird bath. Is that just
The
rainwater?
bird seems...
They're even...
Please don't do that.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
这个还没解。
Let's come back later.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
Tedious.
Considerably intelligent. and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. One of three
Strange.
statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Yeah. Did you see some suspicious names?
幽默而且
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important. I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh,
Bah,
I don't
Gigi.
think it's that kind of painting.
TIA SURE 嗰些。
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note in the back too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some 4 walls make around a room. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
太惨啦！
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
眼神
That's
怪怪的哦。
There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from
How
my
long have you been
Since
playing?
the day I
was
turned-
really
When I
excited.
arrived at my she hadn't asked permission for 2 whole
Was Freya any good?
But one day
Why?
That's just there was no reason. That's when I realized things were different. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. That belongs to Flora, I think. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just
Fifi.
Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. she'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
两个人都这样说，到底是在哈喽？
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it, giving something a physical form.
两个人都说对方不理他，
Well,
女人的心贼。
sometimes.
我还以为我在玩 VR Chat。
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. How sweet.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
"论破 Fifi."
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and this particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was. Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked too.
Why would I do either of these things?
我也想知道啊。我怎么知道你为什么要藏？
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
啥回啦？是在哈喽，所以可以解这个了吗？感觉有点关系耶。
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back.
这个怎么一开始到现在都不能解啊？太奇怪了吧！
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
这种游戏你没有从头看你就看不懂
Why
啊。
not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
龙夫们，感谢。
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
难过想哭。他到底会不会讲话？
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
他的点点点比较多哦。
I really thought she was gonna.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who are the other people next to you? I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
"死不讲话呢。
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
I'm
must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same
智
intellectual
力
level.
水准。
Oh, you don't need to.
Oh, no. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
不过其实这种感觉大家应该多少都有啊。你会明显感受到，你跟那些人
Looks
是
a
聊
little
不起来的。
simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea. Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
Very good
Somebody taken an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
最后一只要怎么办呢、最后一只以后就没了。
Oh, a secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
臭鸡鸡。有人说我这里还有东西没解，哪里啊？都解了。
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
你说这个吗？
Every astronomy tower needs a
I
telescope.
want to try.
诶，可以看呢。
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off?
Maybe it's glued down.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle. You can see right
Not by
behind
her.
I can't really see. I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. It's the tower opposite this one. The rooftop garden is right underneath Flora's window. I can see the door. The door itself is on. I can just about see the...
It's too dark back there.
It's the tower opposite this one.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Something.
Let's ask him about it.
你跟他怪怪哦。
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
"头盔是要选哪一个啊？ 是选金甲虫吗？好像是哦。
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room,
他笑
Flora
了。
was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. We could have missed something.
这里怎么多了这个、啊？
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire? What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Come on.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
哎，那刚刚那个东西怎么不见了？哦，这个哦，它怎么分类在这里啊？这个是可以解的是吗？它看起来在变化些什么图案呢？他喜欢音乐，简单的旋律会撼动他的灵魂。
It's one of those big pianos with the open
Don't
lid.
touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
是要叫他弹吗？
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
“这样算有了吗？”
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune. It's piano music.
了吗？没有哎、What？ 等它慢慢播吧。这可能要听个2分钟啊。
It's piano music.
啊，还是它就已经算钢琴了、先听完了。我自己唱啦。有了没？应该是没有了。还有哪里有音乐啊？我忘了。这个吗？这个会弹音乐吗？哦，大门门铃，合理耶！但你竟然还记得，也太屌了吧！还有一个吗？泡澡的鸟，泡澡的鸟会叫吗？
That's all 4 melodies.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
What should we do?
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now. That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Are we gonna go in?
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
"收集所有线索。
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Naniこれ?
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a...
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed. It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. At least the moths are kept well fed. Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this...
Kinda. Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kinda.
Sally, you don't...
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
Tush!
Nothing catching my
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my Kinda.
这里怎么什么都没有啊？来这个嘛。
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
这个我刚点了。
It's a jar. The head's
Huh.
It's a jar.
Huh.
It's a jar.
Huh. Sally, you don't have...
No.
Let me put it...
Brush。
At least the moths are kept well fed.
哎，这边怎么在发光啊？可以偷窥
Where's
是不
that
是？
light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Brr 这感觉就会一个脸贴过来，有没有？
Is that what I think it is? 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 Is that what I think it is?
Where's that light
No, it's
coming
just
from?
there's a decent gap between those floors.
Where's that
No,
light
it's just
coming
there's a decent gap between those floorboards.
他的眼睛怎么在发光啊？
It's a stack.
You know, there's a
It's
not
not
also it's stuffed.
“所以嘞，凶手是在上面把他杀的。
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it. That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well, I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider. What a precious. She hasn't changed a bit, has
Who?
she? Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I've seen those. They're the ones fit.
Always wears.
Whenever I've. Oh my! This is the first primrose. She passed it down to Poppy when she started.
Poppy's piano teacher.
Of course, warms my heart to know that after. This looks a
对，
little
现在
even by
问这个好像
Felix's
没什么意义
standards.
的。
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
又大又红又长。
A
又粗。
diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpour.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
Best of friends.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the
哇，
fellow
这个游戏
staircase.
直接帮你整理好
As I
哎，
was
这么好。
passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
"为什么画上有血？" 小价钱。 为了转移。神经流的都是宝贝。大股权金。
The painted ink dip feather was used to paint the red tip of blood from the paint pot to resemble a bloody knife. Nope.
What? Oh.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question.
懒趴的硬 A 啦。
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated. Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
“我们要去地下室了吗？可是他们从上面杀的话，要怎么正面刺啊？那也是很奇怪。
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
倒了再吃。
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
那他怎么让他跌倒的？
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
这是什么？恭喜你怀孕了！这感觉很简单啊。妈，
ありがとうございます。
看起来蓝色是必拉嘛。冬菇三不是跑出来的。可以这样变形的吗？什么加一？蹲蹲蹲蹲蹲蹲蹲蹲，什么要一段时间？等一下就过了，好不好？不对啊。 那么简单，想那么难，来，你来，你跟我讲，现在哪一根开始？你跟我说哪一根长一点，哪一根短一点？右上什么？右上颌孔出来是什么东西？蓝色孔出来连接哪一个连接？有4个可以连接。然后嘞，连啦。然后嘞，怎么了？啊，不是很简单？那么简单，想那么难。粉2拉出来看一下，我也在看哪个可以连接的啊。蠢呆，可是等一下，等一下，奇怪，它会盖在它上面呢，是什么？左上角只有一条可以连到，所以这条一定是这样，没有其他可能。可是这边不一定啊，这边有4个入口哎。绿色，绿色下来连不到蓝色啊。这样也挡住啦，它是盖在它上面的。嗯？ 可是这笔断掉了、啊。妈的，这些棒棒是怎样？
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between the key and lock symbols on either side.
我也知道啊。
I guess that's
The
wrong.
easiest part should be connecting the path to the two symbols at either end, since they don't move.
我也知道啊。
Nope.
Just start on the left and try to work your way across to the right.
我也知道啊。好像没什么用哎。
Nope.
Just start on the left and try to work.
他会说先从左边开始，就是因为这一根是固定的。这根不行，这根不行，这根不行，这根也不行，这根可以，这根也不行，这根也不行，所以这一根，所以这一根一定是这样吗？ 哎，好像很简单呢。哎，那你给它怪怪的。 哎，哎，啊，怎么卡了？哦，what？ 不对啊，这个蓝色要，这个蓝色，这个蓝色这样就不对啦，这要怎么进去啊？ これかこれかこれかこれかこれかこれかこれか。哎呦！嘿，
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
This 这是可以干嘛？没什么意义啊。
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. Nine beetles. There's a bunch. It's mostly numbers. 9 beetles. It's mostly numbers. It's a little diagram of a beetle with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles. It's mostly numbers. 9 beetles. It's mostly numbers.
これかこれかこれかこれか
Whose research is this? This is some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
pretty.
Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
啊，下去哪里？
A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates. Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
Forensic Entomology.
That's an incredibly specific... It's so I can barely tell what I'm looking at. It looks like that the liquid is ice. Hand-drawn entomology chart.
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal. A candle.
Very medieval. Medieval pirates.
It's so I can barely tell what I'm looking at. A glass tank.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside. This place would never pass a fire scene.
A candle.
Very medieval pirates.
我们要来自深渊了欸。
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
像一支箭，难道是那个箭？ 这个不就凶器吗？
So what's the photo? Do you know who it is in the photo?
有人说刚刚地上有手环，哪里啊？你说这个、哦？
It's a hatch.
But we're already...
Depends on your perspective. This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Fellow.
Really?
Wait, no, hang on.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
爆魂蟹，蛙人，
Old
How
cardboard.
exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty.
好刺激是什么意思？
Old
How
cardboard.
exciting.
Oh, they're also damp. Empty. It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks and a green hat draped on top for good measure. Gives off kind of a dungeon.
What do people actually use chains for?
Nothing good.
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
It's an empty book.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time. There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can
Let
read
me
it.
guess. Blank.
有哪里有问题吗？书房。这两个连接不是屋顶花园吗
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made. It's the room above us.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
The music room. It's the aviary.
The library.
这感觉就只是主要叫我们。
Grade.
哎，啊，那也必 English 版本。
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
No, but they're also empty. Basements don't normally...
We're at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed...
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
It's too late.
Let's head back up. I want to find that last room. A bunch of pictures. But it's too dark.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty. This room looks like...
It makes the rest of the house seem...
This room like...
It makes the rest of the house...
大厅有秘密。
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Oh shit!
A ladder.
Want to go up?
隐藏的小穴。
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have two claws. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Hmm? 这也是一个谜题吗 ？What？ 他哪里很眼熟了？
I guess that's
I don't
wrong.
think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file. This crab really reminds me.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going I think I've seen it more recently.
我记得有一个图片，开开闭，
It's got
Also, crabs.
开闭。安呢？很像了吧？
I guess that's
I don't
wrong.
think we need to.
What do you
We have
mean?
all the information we need in our case file.
屁啦！
This crab.
That-
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
诶，那个东西去哪里了？开闭朝上。
Is that a
It's got a.
also crab?
我还以为我在玩 Unity 嘞。安呢？
I guess that's
I
wrong.
don't think we
What do
need.
you
We have
mean?
all the information we need in our.
右手错了吗？这样，这样，右手有这么平吗？这样，
Perfect. What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
哎呦！
ありがとうございます。
哎，感谢。
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
“是镜头吗？这个是装什么的啊？
I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
合成。哎，下面要装什么？十字弓要装这个东西？
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
啊，十字弓可以回收哦？为什么玩游戏的十字弓都射出去就没了？这个这么客家哦？
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern.
ありがとうございます。
莫连接。
In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out. photo is important. I'm sure of it.
你又知道了。
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
这看起来像他们家人吗？
Who are all the people?
Not sure. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
这看起来像菲菲他妈是不是啊？这看起来像园丁他爸，天文台他爸，哈比他妈，看起来很奇怪，周深哦。
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull... We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Some kind of fish
死鬼面
and a bird skull.
That's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15...
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
AA747074，
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. Hooks. Big hooks. Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? Centipede? Millipede?
但我超怕这种的，
How many legs has it
Too
got?
many.
脚越多的虫我越怕。
Those aren't...
Some of them
At
are.
least they're all
You
empty.
sure that's a good thing?
真的
It's a
很
wooden pinboard. Hung up on one.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
会怕马路会啊？我觉得脚很多的虫很恶心诶，干。蚂蚁都有一种味道诶。
Do those look like scratch marks to you?
Yeah, they're on the inside. It's a wooden pinboard hung up on one.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
.这有什么意思吗？
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written
Not
on it?
really. It's mostly blank. A wooden stool. They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
Nice chair.
It's still
Maybe
warm.
it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe.
Baby,
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
What?
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left
It's
inside?
mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
是鸟吗？
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table
对自己，
makes me
对
think
自
it's
己。
someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
终于办卡了，订阅逗一波，谢兔兔。
皮卡？是那个皮卡吗？下面这要放什么？这个吗？
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. We still don't know what's really going on.
比较没有艺术天分的。
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
兔兔安安上班一直想偷看，但找不到机会，结果就下班惹。
Right.
Unless... Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
"感觉不太可能是刚好在放松啊。他晕倒了，毕竟。
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
颜料味。
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
留声机会散发毒气。
There is something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
有什么我还真不知道哎。有什么？不是啊，里面的卡带为什么可以让人家晕过去啊？
That's not it. That's not it.
This 这个、啊？怎么可能是这个？这个吗
？That's not it.
他的妈妈跟他都一起受到影响了，那会是什么东西啊？这么神奇？这个吗
？That's not it.
虫？哪里有虫？这个？
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
那么强的频率影响到了什么东西？
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
园丁。
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block
谁
out the
偷他的耳
sound.
机？
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Hey. 啊，不是说你想要检查吗？啊，怎么是我点？
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Huh? 写这干嘛？ 啊！你想干嘛？你跟我讲啊！
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look.
这我早就知道了。然后呢？
I can see the stars.
Hey. So.
And it's dark. And it's dark.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Hey.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink-dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
不就烧成灰烬了吗？
We found it somewhere else.
你还在垒啊？
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
透月那些。
That's not it.
啊？盆栽？为什么是盆栽？哎，真的耶！
That's not it. That's not it.
What the fuck？ 我怎么知道他想要表达什么？当我天才哦！
That's not it.
如何向我们表达他画这幅画的用意？画的真好啊！
That's not it. That's not it.
What？ 聊天室有人知道答案吗？
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
真的是调色盘。奇怪，这里我已经有点不懂了。 Checky 那些，哎，真的耶，黄色没用到哎。黄色用来画什么？ 实际上不是颜料，因为它是颗蛋。
Yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
That's not it.
不是虫吗？
That's not it.
有黄色的都点。
That's not it.
哎，窗户里的某个黄色的东西。这个吧
That's not it.
？What？
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did,
哎呦我的惊死哦！
but she's a very good listener. Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
他怎么可以影分身？我到下面就可以找到他，到上面就可以找到他。他这么厉害哦！
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you. Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Justice for Freya.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all.
为什
She
么
was
凶手是他？
possessed of a great energy.
完
The
全
volition to create
没头绪耶。
something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
That's not it.
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
我怎么知道你找到了什么啊？
That's not right. 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 That's not right.
That's not
The
right.
5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator,
怎么会
when I
看到这个
first
照片
visited
就
the
解答了
study,
疑惑啊
I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystids. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
我想一下，男的下来看到他，很不合理啊！他是会瞬间移动，是不是啊？他不是说那个六郎喵，感谢。对啊，不合理啊！他2个是同一个人，他怎么可能会瞬间移动？那个天文台学家从楼上下来，然后他跟在他后面，然后天文学家遇到他装扮的另外一个身份，然后那个另外一个装扮的身份去外面了，然后后面那个同一个人又跟上去了，是怎么办到的？
Simply put, Freya was too good for me.
What the fuck?
It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That's not right.
他画了什么啊？这个吗？
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's
都你在讲，都
nightmare.
给你讲。
For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps somehow free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
感这声音好毛哦。
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
翻译有问题是？
What are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
傻小啦，这游戏是傻小啦。有别的结局吗？ 不会有别的结局啊。感觉动机有点无言呢，没有讲清楚的感觉。什么他对他太好了，然后什么在这里很痛苦，然后解放他的感觉还是这样？所以到底为什么要杀他？没有离开的游戏。好了，吃饭了。这游戏玩完就是一个 what the fuck， 一个拉神 what the fuck。不。